Well, hello, and welcome to the stream. I am Andy Arconix, Alu the Crow, Alucard MG36, and many other names, and today is Monday, July 4th, 2022. What's going on, everybody? Hope we're all doing well. Hopefully you stayed safe. Had some interesting 4th of July days, but, you know, it is what it is. Celebrating a country that glorifies the fascist occupying force, aka the state-sanctioned force of murder, is not exactly in my stars, but, you know, you do what you gotta do. Caden, thank you for the host. Welcome on in. Hope you're all doing well, chat. Oh boy. My heart goes out to the victims in Highland today, as there was another mass shooting, because this is the only developed country that seems to have them. And also, you know, the only country that doesn't seem to ever do a goddamn thing about it. So, we'll keep getting this news. Now, chat, I want to make things perfectly clear, and again, where we stand at the Omen Den. The Omen Den itself, being a company, being my company, you know, it stands where I stand. Pretty fucking far left, if you will. But, yeah. You know, on a lot of issues, we try and be on the correct side, I suppose. So we do what we gotta do. But chat, welcome on into the stream. Welcome on in. Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully you've had a good weekend so far, and I hope you've had a good Monday. And for those of you that had to work today, you know, my condolences. You did just get home from Idaho for the weekend? Right on. Hopefully that was a good time for you, Caden. Supposedly the person is in custody. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how they didn't rain 60 bullets down on this guy, even though that there were police and SWAT teams marching throughout the streets. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, I guess, because, you know, we do what you gotta do. Keo, what's going on? How are you doing? You know, it's kind of whack, right? But hey, what else can you do? Except call them out every step and turn. But chat, today the focus is going to be, of course, on our .NET applications and how we're going to develop around them and how we're going to continue trying our best to make them more accessible. Now, interestingly enough, I've done a few things over the weekend, including starting a automatic posting to LinkedIn whenever I go live, so that'll be fascinating to see my employers come in and check out the stream, because, you know, why not? Now they'll actually get to see what happens to me late at night and why I'm always tired, but whatever, who cares? You know, we do what we gotta do. But anyway, yeah, so part of our focus is, of course, to get the Omen Den shared library out of the way, to get the Omen Den test Blazor app out of the way that tests our library, as well as finishing up the implementation of our test library in the Magic the Gathering viewer, as kind of more of our MVP/demo product to people. But, you know, at the end of the day, we do our best. But man, does it feel rewarding to work towards a goal at the end? It really does. And we got a few other things to discuss too. I mean, keep in mind, I can't really ignore that today is supposedly Independence Day, but do people really feel independent now? As our civil liberties and our rights are being constantly eroded away by particularly a fascist group of individuals, and not just talking about the Supreme Court, but I'm talking about, you know, the entire right and neoliberal economics. Isn't that fascinating? How does this relate to software? Well, it relates to me continuing to do software if my rights are constantly being taken away, and then eventually something will happen to me. And I'm political because it's my survival. I have to be. And it's just the way it is. So yeah, we do what we gotta do. We do what we can do. And we do what we must. But in any case, hopefully we can all help each other out when need be. Be excellent to each other, you know? I'm not talking about artificially making yourselves more positive and keeping high spirits. I'm talking about just holding each other accountable for what you do and trying to come to a consensus with each other that we're in it together. I'm not talking about negotiating one way or another, because I wouldn't know where to start with that, but I'm talking about not putting up with shit from people. That makes sense. Life's too short. So, in any case, as usual, you know, I can't avoid talking about some certain subjects, and for some people that might be a little too much to deal with, especially since a lot of people turn to Twitch as a form of escapism to get away from the crushing and cruel reality of the world out there, and I don't blame you. I'm not exactly on the side of being the most entertaining content creator out there. So if that's you and you find yourself needing a bit of escapism, I highly suggest trying to find somebody else who can provide that for you. And I'm not faulting them in any means, because, you know, it's their job. That's what they do. But I'm also here kind of as a distraction from the fireworks that are going off, and trying to make sure my pets are okay. That's why I'm in a relatively quiet area, because, you know, fireworks on the 4th of July scares the shit out of my cats. They don't normally show it, but you can tell, right? You can tell that they're scared, just like a lot of animals. So think of that. Think of them. And there are plenty of people out there who are having their minds rocked a bit tonight by the shout of fireworks. And then, of course, there are people who are incarcerated, of course, who have no liberty. So, you know, there's that, right? It's just all sorts of a messed up situation. Kind of a, I don't want to say a sick joke, but certainly a sick play on words to celebrate liberty in a country that so gleefully takes it away from many, in many different forms. I mean, we're talking about 167 million people that probably have lost a good deal of their bodily autonomy. So, you know, it's important that we also use the correct language when referring to them, because they are people at the end of the day. You know, it's not just women who can get pregnant. Obviously, trans rights are human rights. There are no trans debates. There's just trans human beings that are trying to live. You know, and I stand strongly by that remark, of course. But, yeah. And again, how does this relate to software? Well, I guess it generally falls under the bigger umbrella of accessibility, and the way accessibility works, and how many different communities we have to try and reach across to get people to not only understand and communicate, but to get people to, you know, use our software in general. And of course, we have to cross communities. We have to cross language barriers and, you know, disabilities and things like that to get people to have a more interactive and fulfilling experience, not just on the internet, but with their computers and with other human beings. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? And this is something that you'll hear me harp on over and over and over, because that is what I do. I'm going to sound like a broken record at the end of the day, aren't I? But yeah, that's it's my soapbox, right? And god damn, those fireworks are loud. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but I feel like it almost feels like they're right next door, because there are people just launching them, and I can hear them through my sealed headphones, which is also something else, right? You know, as a kid, I really liked fireworks. I really liked looking at them, and I really liked the lights that would come off and the pretty colors, but goddamn were they always loud. Yeah, before we get into development, I remember I think it was a 4th of July, I went to the Henry Ford Museum up here, right? Which is just outside Detroit, Henry Ford in Greenfield Village. And I think it was just after they've finished a huge model. I was like 5 years old. And I went there with a childhood friend, and there was a whole laser show, light show, and a whole bunch of brightly colored fireworks. And I 100% got sick and just vomited all over myself. I was like 5 years old and I had no idea what was going on, but it was loud and it was very brightly colored, and I was terrified. And I remember just walking through this museum, just like disgustingly soaked. It was so bad. But like, I didn't want to leave, and I kind of didn't really tell anybody what happened, because, you know, 5 years old, and I didn't want to admit to anything. So, you know, we're fucking walking through this museum, and I'm like, oh god, it smells horrible. And, you know, like, everybody's like, what's that? It's like, oh, I threw up over myself at the laser show, but I didn't tell anybody. You know, I tried to get a bottle of water to wash it off, but you know, it's sometimes that's what happens, right? And so every time we get close to Independence Day, for some reason on the 4th of July, that memory distinctly plays through my head, and I can remember it clearly because we went through there, we saw a whole bunch of history on automobiles, we saw a whole bunch of just new buildings down there, and it was nuts. It was something different, and that also, I think, was probably a telling sign that I most likely wasn't going to be into cars either. So, you know, there you go. But it was just a little bit of Andy history there. Some embarrassing moments, I suppose. But yeah, we, I don't know. I do find it ironic that we celebrate today as an Independence Day. And, as I said, considering we so gleefully take away independence from people left and right, specifically when it comes to body autonomy. But, you know, hooray. Woohoo! So chat, here's something interesting, right? Here is something very interesting, and something that I'm not entirely familiar with in the realm of CSS, and that's literally anything, or really anything that we do in CSS. But I know that there's a lot of really good features that we can take advantage of and use. And yet they claim to have separation of church and state, and what's going on is just them enforcing a bunch of warped Christian doctrine. Yeah, exactly. Actually, Caden, here's the interesting thing. If your church, if you know of a church that is supporting a particular policy / proposal, ballot proposal, or law, and you know that they're also supporting a particular party or candidate, you can actually get them fined by the IRS, apparently. This has been making its way on Twitter and TikTok. I don't exactly know the verification, but there are apparently a couple of forms on the IRS website that you can fill out and have them reported and have their tax-free exemption status revoked. Now, again, I'm taking this with a grain of salt as I'm saying it. I'm no legal expert. I'm no tax expert. I have no actual knowledge on the area. I'm just reporting what I've seen. I'm not reporting it as fact either because, again, I don't know. I haven't done it. But it is very interesting to see it make the rounds, and apparently people are verifying it. So it's something to keep in mind. Because, you know, you want to keep separation of church and state and keep churches as apolitical entities, and they have no business enforcing laws or advocating for them. So there's that. But yeah. So I know you all came here for software and software development, but you know, as part of that, I have to, of course, keep myself afloat and keep myself, of course, just in talks, right? So this will probably be the last Scandroid song, because I like to go through these and then I like to start developing, but let's see, a few other things, of course, that are down the line. We are still supporting mermaids, in case you didn't notice. If you look down on my screen, you look at the left-hand side, that little logo there, that is the mermaids logo, and on the right-hand side is a QR code that can help you point you in the direction of the Tiltify link for Mermaids. Mermaids is a charity in the United Kingdom dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender-questioning youth. It's an important cause to us. We are deeply supportive of the trans community as well as the non-binary and those who are, you know, agender and other gender representations and gender expressions. It is hugely important, absolutely. Because trans rights are human rights, as I've said before, and there is no trans debate. There are just trans people trying to live, and any way we can help them out, especially the youth, would be great. And then, of course, we also have another developer who's also cherished in a lot of different communities. His name is Glasswell, and I highly recommend you go and check out his game, The Tale of Greenbrier. It looks awesome. Definitely put a lot of hard work into it, and again, he's a very generous and very kind individual. So yeah, I highly recommend you go and check it out. He's got a whole lot of effort put into it, and if you could go and wishlist it, that would show a lot of great support to a small indie game developer and definitely drive up the interest on Steam. You could also follow the category on Twitch. The Tale of Greenbrier is a gaming category on Twitch, and you can follow it there too. So I highly recommend you go and do that. But yeah, so that is pretty much the summary of it all and where we're at. So without much further ado, let's get into development, and let's go and take a look at some CSS, shall we? All right, so here, I don't know why it's saying deep isn't a part of CSS, but it does. So does Flex, but this is going to be for our main component in the Magic the Gathering Blazor app. And so I've left the project command to say that we're still working on the class library, because that is true. We are still indeed working on the Omenden suite of class libraries, because we want a bunch of stuff to take off and work with throughout the rest of our projects. And the fact that we've released them essentially all under either the Apache or MIT license means that they're freely available for people to download, modify, and work with. Of course, because, you know, it's not like this code is off limits to people. Okay, the idea is that oh, there's 0 cards in a database. I must not have let it run completely. But here's the point. And here is the idea behind why I'm releasing code libraries. It's because it's a combination of knowledge of things that I've learned over the past years, and that I've gathered, of course, from other sources, other people, books, etc. And I figured it would just be easier to have it all in one place that I can work with, rather than having it all in various areas and various applications and just having to rewrite it, when I could just do a core app placement, right? So that seems to make a lot more sense. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, so I think this looks pretty good so far. And of course, that's just all the sets in the game, so there's nothing really too much here to go on about. Now, the cards page, of course, we still have some work to do on this. We still have some prettying up left to do. We still have some just general performance improvements left to go about, because, again, you know, we're at 2.4 gigs of RAM on a debug mode, right? And like 1.7 gigs of RAM on a just a regular mode, and that's not great. You know, that's not ideal. Plus, we haven't even gotten to caching correctly and things like that yet either. So, you know, we're still calling the database every time we go down here. And so now let's go and play this, because this is going to be the just chatting playlist. But yeah, we still have a lot of good stuff here. And at the very least, you know, I think it's distinct enough in terms of just color representation, as well as good font sizes and font distribution to kind of just work with here, right? So that's kind of the goal. I guess we could also work on... Isn't that cool? I think that's really cool how it just kind of loads in that slow loading form, because it's an iasync enumerable, which allows you to use the rest of the page should you need to. Ooh, look at that. Destroy target enchantment. Nice. Oh, this works. And then yeah, we have the rulings and things like that. So we got a lot of work cut out for us on this app still, and we still got a lot of things to do here. So trying to make sure that, you know, our code works and it works well and it's justifiable, right? I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of the whole point. So other things to consider and work on, of course, is going to be the background service 1, and how we're actually archiving and activating with it. Because if you think about it, right, I believe part of our issue is going to be just simply what we create and how we actually go and apply things throughout our application. Specifically when it comes to things like strings or our service registrations and just in general things like that, right? But other things that we need to keep in mind, of course, is going to be stuff along the lines of, okay, now we have this common shared library. How do we actually go and get things to work with it, right? How do we actually go and manage to use our particular services that we've now created, and that we can actually go through and abstract some of this code out into the, of course, services that we're using. So, for example, the file processing service, right? Is this worth moving into its own particular service? Or not into its own particular service. Is this worth replacing as an IAPI service, right? Or just an API service in general? And that is a question that we're going to have to work with. And then the other thing is, of course, how do we limit certain requests and certain deposits within this app? Because, again, something else that's coming up is, of course, the huge amounts of memory that we're using. I mean, 2.4 gigs may not seem like a whole lot, but in a Docker container, that might be limited to 3 gigs, or in a 32-bit application system, where I believe this will be preferred to be run, that is quite a bit of RAM. And while we may have simplified a lot of things and made things a lot easier to work with, perhaps some of our library isn't really... maybe this isn't the best way to go about things, you know? Maybe the Excel-based library that we have that goes and translates some of the columns isn't really the most efficient way to do things. And maybe that drives up our RAM usage a lot too. And maybe we would be better off just importing via the BCP tool in SQL Server and setting up some sort of CSharp interop that can do that can run an SSIS job or an SSIS base job, right? And that's something else to consider, right? Is that there are tools out there that already do what we're having a background task do. There are tools out there that already work in such a fashion that we can actually give an advantage to, or some leverage to, that we're trying to do in the program. Now, granted, we have a little bit more flexibility by doing it here because it's a little easier to see and modify. But again, we could just as easily go into SSMS, go into the database, right click, and create a task, right? And save that task off and try and run it via SSIS. You know, it's not that hard to think about. So that is something to consider, right? Let's see here. We go to here. Whoops. All right, we go to task. And we do something like import data, right? Would be this option. And this is something that we've worked with before. You can see that we have the ability to essentially just go and find the data source, which is probably either going to be a flat file or an Excel source, right? I'm just going to put Excel 2016. I don't actually know if I have the drivers, but then we would go and find an XLSX file and just import it. Or we would do a flat file because I'm pretty sure we get them as CSVs. And so whatever. But yeah, that's kind of the idea, is that we would just create a import task like that in SSMS and just run it, rather than doing this here, which is I don't know if it's necessarily the worst, but it's certainly, I mean, let's go and take a look at it. CSV helper, C#. I mean, if we go and we take a look at it, right? It is fast. That is true. But we need it to essentially work with low memory. So we need to figure out best practices, right? Let's get class records. Yeah, so that's not too bad. Also, the documentation does leave a little bit to be desired here, doesn't it? So, let's see here. If we come down here and we go to performance. What is that? Oh, this is just benchmarks. Okay. That's good to know. Let's go and take a look at the CSV context real quick and see what we're doing here. So let's see here. We have type converter options. Interesting. Well, it all works either way. .NET Standard 2.1. Oh, you know what? We could go and take a look at that, actually. Let's go and try and figure that out, too. We'll go to Manage NuGet Packages. That's fine. Let's go to All. See what other things we have to update, because, you know, there's always something. Oh, look, depends on Microsoft C#. Nice. Well, it has no dependencies in .NET 6, which is nice too. And that's kind of what we want to do as well, is get to the point where we don't have any dependencies. But if you take a look, we have a metric shit ton of dependencies here. That's the problem. All right, let's go and open up our shared library as well. I don't know, having so many dependencies seems bad, right? Doesn't seem good. I mean, we're not really breaking any records here, but, you know, we're also not really... Ooh, another retweet. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, was that BlazerBot? It was. Okay, cool. They don't know. All right, so we got this down here. We have our message templates, which is pretty cool. We're working through a lot of stuff here. We've got our tests for some of our extension methods that we've gathered and that we started working for. So that should be fine. Our GitHub builds are still failing, and that's simply because it can't find the appropriate testing project on the build, but that's something, you know, that we can always go and fix at some other point. And we still have some other stuff to work through, of course. And of course, being this way, we've left the user with ways to implement the IAPI service, as well as just go forth from a base service as well. So we've given them a base idea, but you also have another way to go and implement it, of course, with these get contents or get contents as streams, right? So we've given the user plenty of options here, and that's what we worked on last time, was getting that to work. And then we also have the ability to inject them with dependency injection, of course, by calling the service collection extensions. That'll register a particular HTTP client with a particular configuration depending on what the user supplies, and we can go through. It'll automatically add a retry policy and a circuit breaker policy handler with a jitter, which will work as well. And it registers the base implementation, right? And then it'll add the scope. Or if you use a generic implementation, it'll go through and use Scrooter to actually go and scan for the particular services that also are assignable to the API service base. So, which will be pretty nifty to work with. And that automatically registers the base service. And I guess we should put that in the README/documentation here. When we go to do the dependency injection side of things, that if you define something based off of IAPI service, you have to register the service itself yourself. Whereas if you use the base service, it'll be taken care of by Scrooter. So those are good things to note for service registration. And then the next thing that we worked on is this enumeration base idea. And again, this isn't something that I blindly came up with. No, this is after doing a lot of research and looking into things and taking some other ideas. And of course, you'll notice that I'm returning a tuple here. I guess we could, instead of doing it like this, we could do value tuple, but I don't... Does that actually work if we do value tuple, right? Bool T. It does work. Nice. That's good to know. I like that. So now we define parsing and try parse methods, which is pretty nifty. That's pretty cool. Instead of returning null, we return default here. Maybe that makes more sense to do as well. I don't know, returning default seems like the optimal case here. And then we always... yeah, we capture intent here. We can always do that as well. Method with optional parameters hidden by overload. Okay. Wouldn't it be better if we did this? Return try parse of T name true. There we go. That's a little bit more consistent. That works out a little bit better. Okay, so we have that. We have the operator overrides. That should all work out nice and easy. I guess I'm going to do the same thing here too, right, chat? Yeah, what's going on, Kathy? How are we doing? What's going on, you cute lewd panda? Then we'll just return parse T name true. Create an enum from the given attempts to create an enum from the No, from the given param_ref name. Damn it. There we go. The type to parse out to. The name to look up. Returns. And enumeration base. Type param t. And then remarks. Performs a case insensitive search. There we go. What do you mean you're not cute or stinky? You're both. Allows the search to be case insensitive or case sensitive by passing in the why you squeezing me? What did I do to you? The type to parse out to. The name to look up. Should the search be case sensitive? And then returns. Must squeeze the crow for juice? I don't think that's how that works, Kathy. And if it does, I don't think you want that. Chat, give you an idea. Kathy, our resident cute, lewd, and stinky panda, is very cute. So yeah, we just go through and document some of these things as thoughts come out of our head, and you know, we try and make sure that our okay. We go and make sure, and we try to see how our method / logic actually work. So that's kind of the goal. And we also go and make sure that we don't break our unit tests if we had any. You know, so that's kind of the other goal. I guess we could do unit tests for this at some point, but I don't really want to do them right now. I just want to make sure that we get things all done and set. And I know last time we said we were going to work more on the event stream and how we want to go and have this behave. And I still plan on doing that, but I'm wondering if right now it's actually fruitful to define it in the shared library, since not every library is going to be using event sourcing, or if it is going to be more fruitful to go and create our own event sourcing library on its own, right? And so that's something to consider. Is if we go and create our own event sourcing library, we can then further restrict the implementations and make it a little bit more formal as far as the pattern goes for event sourcing, but I'm not entirely sure which one would be more fruitful. I can tell you which one's going to be a lot more complicated. That's going to be creating our own library to get it to work off the ground, our own class library for it. But, you know, we should probably give it a try. I mean, we want to... Our goal of event sourcing is to make it really thread safe, append only, and reasonably fast / reasonable to work with, right? And so how do we accomplish that? that's going to be the other question, right? And how we actually get through it and what libraries we can actually use to do it. We're probably going to have to create some sort of messaging queue implementation, or we're going to have to go and borrow one from a thing like RabbitMQ or Service Bus or something along those lines, and we're going to have the application be its both server and client, its subscriber and consumer, if you will. I'm using those terms interchangeably. I know they don't mean exactly the same thing, but just keep that in mind, that is what we're going to have to do one way or another. So with that in mind, and I suppose a long-winded way of saying it, that is 100% something that we will have to work on. And while we're doing that, we're going to have to go and test it somewhere. So it's a good thing we have a couple of apps to work with to test a lot of our changes on. I mean, let's keep in mind that a lot of our changes that we're testing are going to be these logging and error things, so that's going to work out quick. Giga, why? Why you do this? Yeah, I guess the other thing we could do here is we could have the string builder pool. Well, I don't want it to have an inheritance parameter on the concurrent bag or anything like that. I just want it to work, so I think this is fine. That should work. We have our read-only span extensions, which work and somewhat behave similarly to link, but not entirely. That's good news. Wow. All this talk about what we've done so far versus what we actually aim to do, right? I mean, realistically, I want to get rid of most of these dependencies. There's so many here. I mean, now, thankfully... Wait, what is murmur hash doing here? What? Why is murmur hash here? We don't... Where am I using murmur hash? Hold on. Am I using murmur hash anywhere? I don't think so. So why would it be here? If we're not using it anywhere, then it has no place to be. So we'll just go and uninstall it, eh? I mean, it's a cool idea, but, you know, we don't have any particular reason to use it. Should probably take out half of the Serolog extensions and create that in our own Serolog-based library, the omenden.serolog or something along those lines. And that can work alongside. That wouldn't be the worst idea, I suppose. Let's consider a few other things then. Do we want to convert these over to an enumeration base? Oh, yeah, and I thought I got rid of the severity enumeration from here. So we're going to get rid of that. We do have our response codes, and I think what I'm going to do is I am going to convert these into an enumeration base. So this will become a public class, response codes, which inherits from an enumeration base. And that'll carry in a string name, int32 ID, base, there we go, public, static, read-only response code, HTTP error equals new name of HTTP error and we'll just keep doing it like that. And there you go, smart enumerations. We love that for us. Giga, how you doing tonight? Minecraft, why you lie to me saying it's 9 levels? Disabstraction, thanks for the follow on Twitter. I appreciate it. You say it's 9 levels to combine these 2 fishing rods, and when you reach level 9, it's suddenly level 17 required? Oh no, I hate that. That's so annoying. But I feel you on that, Caden. I'm gonna have to mess around on a server soon, by the way. That's going to be something that we want to do. Though you did find and tame 2 griffins. Was one of them? Did you name one of them Peter? Nice. Okay, cool. So now we have this all set in the way that we wanted it to be. Ooh. 11 references. Let's go. Oh, that's clearly just all of these. Well, no, you named them Medora and Azula because of how they looked. Fair enough. All right, cool. So we got that. 5 references. Could change these out. Could also change this out, right? Would this be any faster, though? That's the real question. Okay, so why don't we do public class operation result. Here it's from enumeration base. We do that. Make it a private constructor. And we'll do string name, int32 ID, base name ID. And then we'll do public static read only operation results. At the very least here, we're forcing the eventual consumer of this, if they want to add new things, they better know damn well what they're doing, right? And by that, I mean they better not be me. Because we just hope for the best. Name of failure. Okay, let's go and see where this was used. Cool. So I don't think that should... I think that should change it at all. That should still work properly. If anything, all we've done is we've just, you know, maybe we've smoothed it over a little bit. All right, cool. So we got that. We have response codes. We'll go and do exception gravity next. Class exception gravity. That will inherit enumeration base. Do CTOR here. Make this a private constructor, because obviously we're not going to try and put this anywhere. String name, int32 ID, and who knows, maybe I'll hate this later. Well, I think this is actually a pretty nifty way of going about things. Yeah, at the very least, we're keeping it constant. Exception, gravity, critical. Equals new, name of critical, and we'll do 2. Although, maybe we should do 0 and 1, but whatever. Lol, Visual Studio trying to suggest invalid. Alright, so we've got that. We're keeping the enums kind of straight up as it is. You know? This I'm okay with being in just a standard enumeration, but I'm not entirely sure how this will affect the others. So why don't we go and do a clean, a build. Oh. That's interesting. Exception gravity. Must be a compile time constant. Exception. Is that error? Yeah. Or wait, can we do... Is that a thing? Tell it it's a nullable parameter? Because that could work. All right. Say it can be null. Say it can be null. Oh, that's why I had murmur hash. Oh. Some days, man. Some days. Some days you are a bird, some days you are a statue. Install this. It's fine. Okay, we're back in it. Now let's build it again. We run our tests. Cool, they're successful. And so we pack. Come over here. And we go to our manage NuGet packages for the solution. Come down to our updates. Which should detect our general update. Yeah, we'll update this, update this, update this. I accept. Ooh, one of our packages is deprecated, chat. How cool is that? Oh, and it's almost time for an ad break, too. Which one is deprecated? Did I pass it? Which package is deprecated? Is it the sidebar? Maybe it was the sidebar chat. Pause champ. All right, chat. I'll see you in about 90 seconds. I'm going to go grab some more water. We've got an ad break coming up, so see you in just a bit. And we're back, chat. We are back, and it looks like our pack didn't work, so we're gonna go and do that real quick. So let's see. If we go and we do cd source repos the omenden.shared .NET build. And then we do OMG, the mod pack is a pride fin fish, and it's literally the trans flag, and you love it? Awesome. All right, pack it. I'm over here to updates. And the thing I did do is I got rid of fluent validation, because right now all that's doing is just holding us down a little bit. So now we'll go and install this. All right. I don't know what package it thinks is deprecated. But whatever package it is, it's not telling me, damn it. Or build errors. No. Constant value is expected. Okay. So we can't use pattern matching, that's fine. Let's say I have 0 cards. Is it deleting all the cards in a database when it starts? Must be. Something changed. It's so weird. But hey, it runs in the background, so that's cool. Custody Lich. Oh, that's actually really cool. It's a really cool ETB. Nice. It would be cool if we could get rid of the scroll bar, but you know what? It's fine there. Okay, so we got that. That's pretty nifty. Oh, hooray. More shootings. Swear, the US is sick, man. Alright, so we got other stuff. So that's cool. This works. We do that. Another thing that's interesting is how we're lazy loading our regex. Card stored is greater than 0. Else is an anti-pattern chat. So we'll just do return there. Actually, you know what? I like this better. That's fun. You don't have to reduce nesting everywhere, you know? Yep, that inherits from enumeration base. That also inherits from enumeration base, so this still works out pretty swell. That's gonna be the other thing, right? Is that we go and make sure that we continue to work with our very basic things. All right. And so by continuing to work with them, we definitely are making sure that we're still holding things pretty swell. Or at the very least, how do I put it? We make sure that when we go and do things like this and have a separation of concerns, we can go and modify some of our areas a lot better and more completely than if we didn't. Right, that should be fine. Okay, let's go and delete the logs. Let's go into the extensions. Hey, see, this is what I wanted to do, was I wanted to go and essentially add this here, but I'm not entirely sure why I can't get the iApplication Builder and iWebhost environment to be a part of this without having to install that. Flav Creations, what's going on? Yeah, we're working with Blazor. How are we doing? Guess we could define... Well, that's also bold to assume that this would be the source of truth for this, but it might not be the worst. So many options to learn, not sure what to pick sometimes, right? It's like a buffet. It really is. See everything. I gotta message Ellie about corporate things. Because I want to commission her for some corporate-based artwork. So I'm gonna need some. I feel like every time you turn around and learn something, you see something else that might work better for your needs. Right? That's where I'm at. Yeah, actually, mods, can we get a shout out for Itty Bitty Ellie, please? Let's go and see here. Create another class library. We'll just call this. Thank you for shouting her out. It was her birthday this past weekend. And then dot event store. And we'll create an event store as well. Screw it. I'm okay with doing this separately. So we'll get to this in just a moment. Hopefully we can make this robust as well. But before we get there, let's go and take a look at some of this stuff, hey chat. Alright, so we got this. Don't need to inherit from that. I'm okay with doing this. Wait, does that make sense? Okay. Possible null reference assignment. Oh, well. I'm just gonna do that. When exiting the constructor, consider declaring the property as nullable. Sure. There we go. That'll be fine. Listen, I'm just trying to get rid of the warnings and messages here, so whatever. Oh, why don't I just do this? No, because then it'll be overwritten. And we don't want to do that. Okay, that's fine. Alright, cool. So we got that. We got that. This should be fine. And we don't really need to implement so much else, right? So that should work. Infrastructure, event stream. So I want to take another look at this, and I want to go through and see where I was at when we were doing this. So I believe we were at the curtail of a 12-hour stream at this point. But let's go and figure out what we were trying to do here. So it looks like we were going for relative thread safety with a concurrent bag of events, but we were tying those events down to an aggregate by its aggregate ID, which makes sense in the end, right? Kind of forcing it to function like a key value pair, and then we were defining with its own enumerable so we could go and filter through. But was it a smart decision to do it this way, or would we have been better off just to tear it down and work completely from scratch in such a way? And then just do our own kind of threaded implementation. And that's where I'm kind of struggling here, because what we want to do is essentially create a structure that's append only, that is last in, first out, last in, last out, right? Or first in, first out, because we want the first event, and then we want to apply all the other events to it to get the current state. But we also want to do it smartly, where, we only save a certain number of events over time, and we want to make sure that we can replay the events in a read-only structure in an efficient manner. And then, of course, we dispose it at the end. After it's persisted. There's a few things we need to do here, and there's probably going to be a few resources that we need to go and add to this. So this is going to be a relatively complex operation. It's going to take a few streams to get through, but I think we can do it. So let's go and delete this. Okay, and then let's go and add a new folder. And we'll call this folder events. We'll call this folder dependency injection. I guess we could call this infrastructure. Oh, you know what? It would make a lot of sense if we just had an extensions folder, and under that we had dependency injection. The only other problem, though, is trying to make this relatively independent, right? And what do I mean by that? I mean trying to find such a fashion or such a way that we can do multiple database providers for this, so that way it can be extensible across maybe SQLite and SQL Server and MySQL, etc., etc. I'm not entirely sure how to do that to make it ultra cross-platform in that sense, but maybe there is a way to do that. Service collection extensions. There's got to be a way to do it, right? All right. So now we got that. Oh, crap. All right. We'll have to add some dependencies here, of course, because, why not? Microsoft.extensions. We'll install you. And we'll install you. And we'll start off small. Okay, we'll install these. All right, so now we have add event store services. We'll do interfaces as one. Oh, you know what we could do? I wonder if what we could do, chat, is if we could import our shared project here, right? Okay, so hear me out. Okay. So what if we did this? Okay. So we add that there, right? And we add something like event stream base. Okay. Kernel sealed class event stream base implements I accessor type event I async stream accessor of type event and I repository type event. Okay. So what if we did this, right? Now these are all explicit implementations. So that's going to be something else to consider is our naming convention. Because maybe we'd be better off naming them like async stream, async stream, and things like that. Or stream async, I guess. Maybe that's the way to do it. So if we leave, let's go and delete this. Okay, and then we come back into our shared project and we go to our repository or iRepository. We'll do that. And then we'll do public interface iRepository. T implements I enumerable of T. So we can do that. Now, actually, I'll do this. Okay. So now these are covariant. All right, so we know they're going to guarantee a safety return, which is nifty. We want that. Then we can add something here. Maybe we call it like iModifiable or what would be a good name for this chat? Oh. First we'll do iStreaming repository. Implements isync enumerable of T. And we'll do that, that. We want to save on space, I suppose. We'll do that. Come over here. Get rid of this. Do that. What What should we call this, chat? I don't want to call it iCrud. Let's see. Maybe we call it something like iData operations. Does that make sense to do? And we have this implement I repository. And I streaming repository. Okay. Now these are covariant, so we know they're going to only return of type T, which makes sense. We'll go and grab this. Oh, sick. So we'll have add as a method. Actually, would it be better to make this a value task? Maybe? Add, update, and delete, right? Add many async. I enumerable of T entities. Value task, a bool. Update many async. I enumerable T entities. Cancellation token equals default. And then delete many. Okay, so we got that now. That makes sense. All right. I guess value task should be fine. Do we want to do something else here? That would be the real question. What other implementation would make sense, right? Defines a set of add, update, and delete methods for a type. The underlying type affected. inherit doc, cref, I repository, inherit doc, cref, I streaming repository. Enumerable. Whoops. No. There we go. Which supports over a specific type. The type that we're exposing. Inherit doc. Async. Nice. The type that we're exposing. Cool. So now we have that set. Let's go into the accessors. So then we have get all that match, and with ID. So these are fine. Get all as async stream. Get all that match as async stream. Cool. Only defines read methods that must be iterated over with C, await, for each. What do you mean T is covariant? God damn it. That's fine though. Okay, so we got that. That's covariant. Imagine. Nah. It's fine. Okay, then we come back over here. This is fine. That's fine. Okay. So let's rebuild. All right. Packet. Come back here. Manage NuGet packages. Nice. Update. I accept. And data operations. Didn't I just define this? I did, damn it. Wait, what? Oh, can I not do that? Oh, that's right. Okay. Sure. Did that not get packed correctly? So then all that we should have to do is do that. Okay, come back here. Clean it. Rebuild. Pack it. Come back over here. Then we'll update it. Chat, go and check out Mermaids while you have a chance. Mermaids is a charity dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender questioning youth of the United Kingdom. I highly recommend you go and check them out. Go and read up on them, especially now in a time where, of course, there's a huge amount / increase in hatred towards the trans and non-binary communities all throughout the world. Anything that you could do could help, especially when it comes to the youth. Okay, so now that we have that, now we do accessor and accessor. Okay. Implement these. Okay. And then enumerator of our event enumerator. Equals get all async. And enumerable. I guess it would be easier if we had some sort of DB context to go and do that. I mean, I guess we could also just store in the event stream some sort of concurrent bag, right? So we would do something like private list events equals new. And then we would do something like private concurrent bag. What are you memeing me for, Kathy? What'd I do to you? Equals new events. A free kitty? No. I take cats any day of the week. So we'll go and grab this. We'll go and delete that. Go and do that. Okay. And then we'll do events.get enumerator. Return event enumerator. Okay, so that works. That works. Region enumerable implementation. You crashed the server. Oh, that explains why I see that there. Or not end of, and region. All right, so now we have this here. Right. Oh, but now with iData operations, right? We following a map, but you're going way far away from spawn. Oh boy. Okay, chat. So here's something interesting, right? Is that we are now entering the realm of possibly violating interface segregation here, because we should never be deleting events. It's an append only structure. I don't know what you want me to do about that, Caden. That's right. There is no async enumerator for this. So, get all as async stream. Giga, what's going on? Amaterasu. Region async enumerator. Async enumerable implementation. Okay. Cancellation token. Sure. That's fine. Here's the other thing, though. Maybe we don't actually need the data operations. And we can just do raw implementations here. Yeah, that would make sense. There we go. So now we have that. Painful hiccups. Oh no, I feel for you. So now we can go and delete the delete methods. Oh. Region. And actually, we don't need the update methods either. Appending methods. Streaming methods. Standard retrieval. Methods. Okay. Whoops. All right, so let's go and figure this out, shall we? So again, one of the big things that we're working with here is this idea of using a concurrent bag as our current storage method. Now, obviously, we're probably going to want to change this out to something like a database context or some sort of cache or some sort of key value pair. But right now, I think getting this to work with a concurrent bag is going to be big enough of a deal. We're going to... Maybe it's not a good idea to use a concurrent bag. Maybe it is a good idea to use a dictionary, right? Like a concurrent dictionary. But then again, I'm not entirely sure what the methodology of, or what the advantages of doing that would be when we can just essentially force this to be a dictionary in and of itself, right? Because now what we can have here and what we can use, again, is we can tie this back to this idea of a private GUID that we can then just create a new event stream based off of for that particular aggregate, and then have the concurrent bag exist across streams. I guess the advantage of doing of using a concurrent dictionary, right, which would just be something like private read-only concurrent dictionary GUID list events. Let's see, new list. Yeah, what's up, Vampire Tiger? How are we doing? GUID.empty new list. Oh, how important is it to actually initialize this, right? Could probably do it in the constructor. Okay. And we could do public dictionary. Or can I do it as I read only? Same meme twice in a row, right? Events. Enumerator. And you are a list of key value pairs. Jeebus, why the anime Fruits Basket so cute? Because you vibe with Toru? Fruits Basket is adorable, isn't it? You know what we'll do? Is we'll take equals get all async. I know it's frowned upon. Don't worry. We'll fix this. Oh wait, that is a void. It's the same problem you're doing. You've got 2 people who have PTSD, so fireworks are an issue for them, plus 7 pets. You're here for a long night. Oh, crap, vampire. That's a long chain. We'll get on that in a bit. I know this is sloppy, so we might not even need to implement IEnumerable if we're just going to stream the results back. We might just provide it as a convenience. But definitely implementing async enumerable, I think, is going to be the way to go. So we'll go and delete this for now, and we'll go and get rid of this. Actually, it's amazing. I forgot how to do implementations of IEnumerable, but I believe the eventual idea would be just to go and define something like public IEnumerable event get all, and then we would do something like return events. And that's essentially what we would do, right? And then our IEnumerable implementation would just do that. Which I guess isn't that bad to consider, right? So then it would be IEnumerable of events. We would then do a region IEnumerable implementation end region public IEnumerator event get enumerator, and we would do IEnumerable that use the power of 1,000. Oh, it's IEnumerator. Okay, got it. And we do var enumerator equals get all get enumerator turn. All right, and that would be our implementation there. But that's still relying on the concurrent dictionary here, which, you know, maybe it isn't a bad idea because this literally does get all the events. But it doesn't order them, does it? Group by. No, we'll just keep it like that. And then we can order by the aggregate. That's fine. You know what? We won't expose that. We'll keep it private. That's fine. We don't need to expose it either. So if we keep it private, then this... Okay. Then we don't need to worry about that. So that's fine. Okay. Well, shit. Then do we even need these methods if this is the implementation? Right. Then do we even need the rest of these methods here? Yes. Yes, we do. So that would just blindly get all of them, but that's not what we want. I think we want instead to use the get all that match async method. And then we can preserve the get all method in and of itself. Let's go and define this. Actually, doing aggregate ID events. Oh boy. Events dot got back-to-back green shelled. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. If try to get value, then current events dot add entity. Otherwise, current events equals new list event of entity. Return true. A task. Cool. From result. Okay. Oh wow, we're in time for another ad break too. Interesting. This isn't going to be how we want to do that. Because the idea is that we extract the current list of events, add the new list, and then re-update the old list, right? So this here gets the current list of events. If it's successful, it adds it. Otherwise, it creates a new list and adds the entity itself. But we have no way of returning it. So maybe what we then do is we do... All right, chat. I'll see you in just a little bit. Time to go and get more water. All right, chat, we're back. And I think I have an idea here. All right, so what I did before the break was I inverted the logic that we were working with. So obviously, if we don't get the value, we're going to create a new list in the current events. But either way, we're still going to add the entity. Then we're going to, of course... I'm wondering... events dot dot It won't be entity.id, it'll be aggregate ID. And then it will be current events. Why does it say... Okay. GUID key entity.aggregate ID, comma, list of events, entity, or we would do current events. I'm just gonna go and look at this. Add values to concurrent in dictionary C#. Let's see. There's a thread safe implementation. They use it whenever it might be. Blah blah blah. Make it unnecessary for code the first check. And if the key already exists, you want to replace its value. And if the key does not exist, you want to add, get, update, remove. And if the key already exists or the attempt fails for any other reason, you want to take some alternative action. Yeah, I think that's where we are. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So... Does that actually work? Because this... I'm not entirely sure if that actually works. I don't know. The amount of times I mess with concurrent collections is very rare. But... Okay, so... Add or update. Oh, okay. Okay. And then they wrap it in a try catch, but that's not what we want to do. But this is good to know. I mean, that does make sense, right? If cities.triad, city.name, comma city. Right. And we are adding to a list, so we would do try get value, and then we would do return from results events dot Try update. Failed when it should have succeeded. Try update. Failed when it should have succeeded. Okay. Okay. And if the key exists. So we would be doing add or update. Okay. Okay. Entity dot aggregate ID. Current events. And then we would do old event or new list, old list. Key. Key old value. Initial call, set that. Ensuing calls. Oh. Wait, then can I just... Wait, what? Cannot resolve lambda expression. So does that work? Add range. Huh? Add or update. So how the hell? This is the one I want, right? T value, add value, function T key, T value, update value factory. The function used to generate a new rule for an existing key based on the key's existing value. Okay. Now I get it. Now I get it. Okay, so we would do entity dot, no. We would do events dot add or update. And then we would do entity dot aggregate ID because that's the one we're going to work with. Then we would do aggregate ID and then old events or previous events. And then we would do previous events dot add. Wait, what? Incompatible anonymous function signature? What? How is that incompatible? God damn it. That makes sense. Am I being thick right now, chat? I might just be a little thick here. Update value factory. What is this add value factory? The function used to generate a value for an absent key. The function used to generate a new value for an existing key. What? What? I thought I understood, but I guess I don't. Because I thought it was just as simple as... Alright, hold on. Okay. So, underscore events dot add or update. Entity dot name. Entity. Aggregate ID. Aggregate ID. Existing events. If you're lurking, all right, vampire, enjoy your lurk. So then we would do throw What exception is this? Argument exception? Not an insert duplicate events. Okay, so then we'd have to declare IEquatable on the event. Make sure we're not doing that. Otherwise, we do existing events dot add entity return existing events. Okay. Then so I guess we would do this. Value to add equals to add. There we go. Okay, okay. Right, because we don't want to be able to insert duplicate events, so we only want to be able to... It's append only, so these should all have different unique IDs, right? There we go. All right. Sorry, had to send out a quick message. So let's see here, and then catch. So let's think about this, right? So we add. If it doesn't exist, the object CI is added. If it does already exist, update existing val according to the custom logic. Okay. So if there is no event, it will add it. And if there is an event, if there is one, it will go and check and see if we already have the list, if we already have the entity in there, and it will add it. Otherwise, it'll throw the exception because we cannot insert duplicate events. But it really won't stop the execution of the program because at the end of it all, we are returning the value task. Okay, that makes sense. And then essentially, we're going to copy the same thing down here. Although, would it be better to leave it up to the client to determine how to add this? I'm wondering about that. So if you think about it, right, we're kind of taking away the exception handling from the client by doing it this way and not actually returning any of the exception details. And maybe that's bad on our end, right? Maybe we should return a tuple, like a value tuple of Boolean and... Because I would think that the caller would want to know what transpired, what went wrong, right? I would think the caller would want to know that. Now, I'm not entirely sure, nor am I entirely that knowledgeable of if that would be worth it, but then at the very least... How do I put this? I don't think we just want to return a Boolean. I think we want to turn a value tuple of a Boolean and of some sort of exception. Right? So we won't throw an exception, but we'll swallow it into a new exception and then hopefully be able to get the stack trace there. It's fairly complex, though, and I don't know if we'll net any benefit from it other than just saying, yeah, this method doesn't throw an exception. You know? More things to consider. All right, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste this, but instead, we're going to get rid of that. And we'll do this. Maybe like that. Sure. Huh. Heh. Oh. Var aggregate ID equals entities dot first e dot aggregate ID. Okay. There. We'll force the enumeration. You know what? Fuck it. Who cares about memory, right? There we go. Cool, now we return value tasks. Never used. There. We'll call it discard because we're not actually checking that. We're just checking to make sure that the existing events equal it. And so this will only apply new events. That's fine. Okay. Whew. Complex. Okay. Let's see. What would be a good one to have here, chat? Probably a count of events based off of the current aggregate. Right? So we could do something like public int 32 count events dot count public int 32 count by aggregate count for aggregate, and that would take in a good aggregate ID, and we would do events dot count right. Number of returns that satisfied a condition in the predicate. Yeah. Okay, so that should be fine. Count for aggregate, count. So that should work. And then we have standard retrieval. We have get all async. Perhaps it'd be best if we did this as a value task as well, right? Instead of just a task. And then we would do return value task dot from result get all. Let's see. You should return task if you want to write an asynchronous method that returns a value. Oh, okay. Value task. Oh, okay. Cool. Let's go back to shared. Right. iAccessor. Okay. You become a value task, eh? This, we might see a good net here. Okay. Now these are value tasks. Interesting. Var events that match equals get all dot where predicate. Sure. Shit. iQueryable. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Good enough. And we would just do event retrieved equals get all single or default e dot id equals entity id default turn value task dot from result event retrieved. Good enough. Okay, so those are fine. Okay. So now how the hell do I do the streaming methods? Sheesh, this is going to be tough. But I think what we're going to have to do here... First, let's go and get rid of these, shall we? Alright, so let's see here, chat. What do we want to do with this? So we currently have an event store, and right now what we can do is we can go and get our events as a non-blocking asynchronous operation. And it'll retrieve them as value tasks, right? Currently, this is all stored in memory with a concurrent dictionary. So eventually, we're going to want to set up a database way to just persist the events and then read from that, right? So right now, this is a very elementary cache and release solution, right? Because as soon as the application is done, the event list is gone, right? And as soon as the event list is gone, then we've lost the resolution there. So we need to start thinking about this in terms of persistence and where we actually want to go and persist these. Maybe SQLite is the answer to persist them temporarily, and then we go and create a background process that can actually go and copy them over from the SQLite database that's generated on the app server to an audit server, and then compare the two over time as kind of a running an audit, right? Because this is going to be a complex system at the end of it, and what we're trying to do now is we're just trying to anticipate some of the needs of that system. And it's kind of hard to do because we don't really have something that implements event sourcing from the top down in such a way. We could always go with a pre-made solution that we know works, but, you know, content. No, it's actually good to try and experiment with this particular pattern because it is complex, right? This is a pretty big problem set to try and solve. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be difficult. There isn't really a good way for us to approach this by using a pre-made library if we don't understand why those pre-made libraries are so much more optimized and better. So let's see here. Async enumerable event get all async stream cancellation token equals default. And so we would have events dot. Oh, we can just do that. Oh. Oh. Oh, well, in that case, we would do key value pair of good, list of event, okay. Can I do this? Okay. This would do return events, or this would return get all async stream. Select many. So that would return a list. I guess I'm confused as to how select many works with this, but whatever. Let's go. Projects each element of an async enumerable sequence to an async enumerable sequence from 0. Okay, so we do this. Do KVP. KVP dot value. What? Async enumerable select many. There we go. You just give me how to use the goddamn thing. I mean, I could always do dot select, right? Generic list. No, wait a minute. Oh. Am I just being thick about this? All right. But we would want to do dot select many here, right? And we would want to do dot select e. Am I just being thick about this? I like to think that I'm not. Alright, let's do var events equals get all async stream cancellation token. Okay, so that returns the key value pair. Okay. So that's the list of events. Gonna head to bed and you're dozing off? Alright, Caden, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. Kathy, why? And then, of course, you do the mega smug after that. God damn it, Kathy. You've done nothing wrong. How? Why? Okay, so that returns an async enumerable of key value pairs. Oh. Well, why don't I just do this a smart way, right? Return events dot select many e dot key or e dot value. There. Is it that hard? You've done nothing wrong? Uh-huh. Sure. Sure. Okay. So why couldn't I make it work with this? Is it because it's all key value pairs, right? So then we'd have to select, which would get the list of key value pairs by GUID list event, but then why couldn't we? Strange. Okay. And essentially it's going to be this too, right? Where predicate. Oh, just kidding. I don't want to do that. How would we want to do this? At select many e dot value. Oh. Something like that, right? Okay. I mean, we're still retrieving them all, but whatever. I don't really care. I just want it done. Okay, so now we have some of our event store streaming methods done. How mean, what else do we need, right? Do we need anything else? I guess that's the real question. And I think something else to consider is that perhaps we want to... I don't know. I don't know. I think we want to register this as a singleton, though. So we would do services dot add singleton event stream base. Okay. And so that would maintain itself as a singleton throughout an application. Now I guess the question becomes, do I need a dispose method here? And we don't have any unmanaged resources here, but what would we dispose of? I mean, would we just say events.clear? All right. Is that what we would do? I guess. Okay. So we don't have to call it. I thought we did. This song sounds very familiar. I thought we had to do GC. I thought that was it. Oh, it's almost time for another ad break, chat. Yeah, GC.suppress finalize this. All right, chat. So I will be back probably. Well, not probably. We'll be back after the ad break for about 90 seconds. So we'll be back after that. And then we'll pick this up and we'll actually start testing it in our test application and see what it actually does. Because maybe we get lucky. So I'll see you after this. Hey, chat, we are back. Still working on doing some of this here dispose stuff. Trying to don't do it unless you need to. Class zones manage disposable resources. Okay. Then I guess we don't need to. That's fine. Still good performance guide to make sure, right? I don't know. I want to dispose of it, but I guess we don't need to. That's fine. Okay, so we got this here. Let's go and check out our warning. Doesn't match. There we go. Okay, now it'll match. That's fine. We'll get rid of the warnings. Remove. If cancellation token, that is cancellation requested. Cancellation token dot throw. Sure. I mean, might as well, right? Sure. Might as well avoid the overhead of that, right? So I'll make this a public class. Should we make it sealed? And in this way, it is literally just the event stream. And then we can do... I don't know. That might be a good idea. Code file. Global using paste that. I'm just using Alt and holding down the key to drag it. Okay, save some space there. Come back up here. This is fine. Add the event stream base. Yep, that works. Of course, registering it as a singleton. We might want to... So, here's the other thing, chat, right? We have the events from the shared project. But are those generalized enough for what we want to do? And do we think we're smart enough to handle concurrency checks on our own, or do we need the library to do that, to interpret itself in that fashion, right? Not entirely sure. And this is a case of where I do indeed wish I was a bit smarter in that sense, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. And then the other thing to this, of course, is how do we implement a service in such a way that we can just go and peep back X number of events in a database, right? Especially if this is a singleton class with only a private member. Or a singleton instance, right? And keep in mind, it should be singleton because this should last the lifetime of an application, not the lifetime of a request. So we don't want it to be transient because obviously it'll be dropped and recreated too many times, and we don't want it to be scoped unless we can figure out persistence. Then if we figure out persistence, then who gives a shit, right? Then we can just say, oh yeah, we can make it transient, or, well, not even transient, we can make it scoped. So that'll be something to think about. We could also do an abstraction layer on top of this and have just like a, what is it, a flush method to just write all the events into something, probably as JSON. Not sure. I mean, we could also set up SQLite in the project as a consumer service. But are we even sure this will work the way we want it to, right? It's where we don't know. Also, kind of type is event. That is a class, right? Yeah, it is a class. Cool. So we could always extend the event class here. We can always add on to it, right? And we could inherit from the current event, and then we could add many different methods to it. But first, let's go into the shared project and let's check that out. IEntity. All right, let's do IEquatable, IComparable, and then we'll do this should be fine. All right. And we'll implement these. Actually, okay, now we force whatever has it to do an abstract implementation. Okay, so now these have to be overridden. So that makes sense. Okay, so anything that inherits from the events, which is going to be a lot of stuff. But we don't want that. We want to control this. Okay, 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 okay. We want it to have it by default. Got it. Okay, so equals. Obviously, if the ID turn other is not null, and ID equals other.id, or minor version equals other.minor version, and major version equals other.major version, and aggregate ID equals other.aggregate ID. Okay, so what this is saying is that, well, if they have the same event ID, obviously it's going to be the same. Otherwise, what? Hey, Maura, what's going on? Otherwise, we compare the minor versions. Actually, maybe we should do it in terms of selectability first, right? So we do aggregate ID. What's going on, Maura? How are we doing? Why is it that one? All right, we're already checking if other is not null. I'm vibing. I'm just vibing, trying to figure out some code. I mean, I guess we could always just do... Nah, you know what? We'll go and do override equals if obj is null, turn false. If reference equals this obj, turn true. Rise return obj is event other and equals other. And we'll do override get hash code, return hash code dot combine ID. Created that. I'm doing all right though, Maura. Hope you're doing well. Return. Let's see here. Plus major version compared to other dot major version plus created at dot compared to other dot created at. Nearly got ran over earlier on this day, this our day of independence by a red car who didn't yield to pedestrians, still devolving, spiraling into madness and craziness. Oh, sorry to hear that more. Feel you. Okay. Alright. ToString. Return. Aggregate. Major version. Minor version. Okay. Because otherwise we do JSON serializer.serialize. Lucy! What's up, Lucy? How are we doing? Let me get rid of the name. It's dumb. Just going to keep that. So that'll work. So aggregate. Aggregate type. What? Wah! You're gonna teach me the ways of wah. I'm vibing, just hanging out. What do you mean? These are fun. Okay, so this works. So now we have default stuff for these. This is fine. Now imagine chat, there's something I want you to imagine here. I want you to imagine that if I was, you'll kill me one day. Why? What'd I do? Just a flying spook? Uh-oh. I hope everyone is well. I can't say I'm going to try and use the sleepiness I'm currently feeling. Uh-oh. Let's see, are you sleeping? But be good. Hey, I'm doing my best. So chat. Also, I don't think I have any other mods on, so give Lucy a shout out here. They just started streaming again with Genshin Impact. It's actually been quite the pleasure to be in their streams. Quite lovely. Quite a lovely individual Lucy is. You are actually feeling sleepy. Love you all. All right, Lucy. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest. Okay, so equals get hash code compared to. Imagine overloading some operators though. Like, couldn't be me, because that would just be ridiculous. That would be public static bool operator. Event LHS event RHS return LHS that equals RHS. RHS is public static bool operator. Bang equals event LHS event RHS. You can't. What do you mean you can't hear me, soup man? I ain't no soup. Giga. Giga why? Okay. Lol. Can I public static bool operator? Damn. Can't define new operators. Wait, can I? Find new operators CSharp. Tombstone pile driver. Ooh. Ooh. Overloading operator C#. C# overloading. Right, so we can do equals. Easy. That's easy. So this makes sense, right? Yeah, well, I'm not going to do that. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to you. Plus, we have the I-equatable stuff, so that's fine. Who cares? So this works just fine. Then I guess the next thing that we would want to do... Rabbit, not the 10 tickles. Oh, no. Kathy out here getting what she deserves. Bow down before the one you serve. You're going to get what you deserve, Kathy. All right, so we do that. Kathy, be comfy. Hey, that's good news. Okay, so now we do that. We have the event comparers, which is nice. So that works out well. Fortunately, we are swallowing the exception here, right? So we're not actually returning any useful information. I guess we could do a logger here and log it out. Maybe that's the way to go, chat. Maybe that is the way to go, right? Because at the end of the day, just returning true or false isn't very helpful to the end user. You know, it's not no come fully meme, right? Returning just true or false to the end user doesn't really tell them anything. Oh god, Giga. Really all it says is, hey, we didn't think you could handle the exceptions, so we just swallowed it and told you that it didn't work. But we didn't do anything with it, right? Like we didn't say, oh, guess it sucks to suck. You know, we didn't return a logging statement, right? Now, that being said, that would then make this, well, since we're injecting it anyway, it would end up relying on the logger, which could be a good sign. That wouldn't be too bad of an idea, now I think about it. And then all of these could have a logging implementation, right? Okay. Because really, we need it in the add methods, right? That's going to be the most important place. So we could... Well, we already have the logging extensions, don't we? Nearly had major ouchie experience. Yeah, I saw that more. I'm sorry. So maybe we would do something like private read-only iLogger event stream base logger. logger equals logger. This logger event stream base logger. You know what? Screw it. We'll do this. Or just consolidate this down to one constructor. Alright, so we got that. Then we would do... Told your friend she said WTF, I'll come kick their ass. Nice. Logger.log. Warning. Exception thrown. While attempting to add the event. Okay. Exception. Okay, so we do that. So that should be fine. Because now, at the very least, it's being warned, right? So we are warning them. Okay. So now that these are here, so we can at the very least... Okay, so here's the thing, right? We want... See, here's the problem, though, is that, okay, now we're logging out the exception, but we're not rethrowing it, giving the user a chance to do what they want with it, right? We're essentially forcing their decision in that, okay, this just returns false, logs the exception. But I'm not sure. You didn't need to work to get the holiday pay for the 4th, you'd be in bed right now. Oh, I feel for you, Keo. I'm sorry. So I'm wondering, and I'm not entirely sure, but I'm wondering if it's better to force the user to deal with the exception on their own, or if we swallow the exception like this and just give them a true false value, right? If we give them a true false value, though, then well, then they can have their own method of handling. They'll still see what goes wrong, because we'll log it out. Oh, and maybe we should always log it out, right? So instead of log warning, we would do something like log error. Yeah, because that's still going to be an error, and we want this to persist anyway. Okay. Okay, so now what we have is we have the ability to log out what's going on as an error if things go wrong. Otherwise, you know, we just return true. Who cares? So there's that. Then the next thing that we're going to have to do, I would think... Wait. Okay, so here's the next question for this, right? Since we're registering this as a singleton, okay, and this is essentially a repository, right? Because that's what it is. But since we're registering it as a singleton here, how do we then go about telling the user to implement this in the end library, right? that's where some of the complication is going to come in. And that is something that we have to think about too, right? Because we're saying add event store services, here's a singleton, blah, 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 but we don't give any particular way to do this. So what we might have to do, and what I'm thinking we'll do, is we'll probably define an interface on top of this, make the actual concrete implementation sealed and internal, and then have the interface be something that we work with. We already have interfaces on it. But what would be so bad? Huh. All right, chat. That is something else to think about. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go and re-add that folder that we had. And let's go and add an interface, and we'll call it iEventStream. The other thing we could do is we could force this to depend on like EventStreamDB. Checker isn't available. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Omen Den. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes, and I hope you don't mind me trying to figure out dependency injection like an absolute potato. Guess I could take this. All right. We could do that. iEventStream. And then this would become an internal. And we would do this. Except, of course, we would do it the other way around because we're very smart here. There we go. So we do that. Okay. Come back here. Then wait a minute. That's already defined. Because that's what... Oh, wait. Is that the only one that's not defined? Hold on. Get all that match. Yep, those are defined. Get all as. Yep. Okay, cool. And these are the only ones that aren't defined. And because they aren't defined, we can then go and do this. Okay. Cool. So now we got that set. All right. These are fine. And I guess we can go and define these. Don't need public in front of these because it's a public interface. And then we do that. Freeze the total count of C event in the store. Freeze the count for a particular aggregate in the store. I can English correctly. The aggregate to count events under returns the count. Appends multiple entities to the event stream for a particular aggregate. The events to add to the stream turns true when events are added, false otherwise. Appends an event to an aggregate in the stream. The event to add turns true when the event is added successfully. False otherwise. Okay, cool. Event store services. A simple interface defining that defines methods related to basic event sourcing patterns. So that makes sense. Can I do something like public value task int 32 count async? Lol. Imagine. That probably doesn't actually do a whole lot, honestly, but it's kind of funny to just have here, you know? Kind of like this would be hilarious to just have here. Value task in 32. Count for aggregate async. Good aggregate ID. Cancellation token. It's default. I guess we would add a cancellation token to this one too, wouldn't we? Okay, fine. Oh, do we not have with cancellation on these? That's fine, though. Alright, we'll just do that. If Axodestus, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the Omen Den. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes, and I hope you don't mind me working with cancellation tokens like an absolute potato. Whoops. That's not the one. Some days I'm very silly. Now, chat. Something I want to point out here is that we are still supporting mermaids, mermaids being a charity in the United Kingdom dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender-questioning youth. I highly recommend you go and check them out, because they are quite awesome. So, go and give them a check. Value task return from method call should be directly related. Pause return. To creates a value task that is completed. Babo, what's going on, bud? Definitely official, chat. Babo is an intense speedrunner. Even give him a shout out here. Go and give him a follow. Still owes a 24-hour Persona 5 stream, but you know. What else? What else? Oh, okay. From cancel. Cancellation. Cool. You do owe a 24-hour Persona stream. Yeah. Oh, sick. You were up for 24 hours on Saturday, tapped out 11 hours of stream. I feel you. I tapped out at 12 hours of stream, so I get you, bud. Hey, check that out. Now we can get a canceled value task, and we're not throwing an exception. Cool. Now we let the caller deal with the exceptions. How cool is that, chat? This actually emboldens me to go and take a look at some of our other things that we're doing exceptions for. For example, the add methods that we just went through, right? So instead of throwing, perhaps what we want to do is we want to return that. Okay, so now instead we're returning the value task from canceled, which should return, I think it returns the default value. The type of result. Okay, cool. That's fine though. I just don't want to throw more exceptions than I have to. You know? Result. Oh, we can't do it that way anyway. Lol. There we go. Cool. That's fine though. So now at the very least, you know, we're grabbing these. Cool. So not throwing exceptions. That's pretty good. Hey, I feel you on that tapping out at 11 hours though, man. Getting to 12 hours was surprisingly a lot easier this time than I expected. But, like, god damn, I was out. Definitely not something I want to keep doing in my 30s, so. I love this target type new shit. It's probably going to get me in trouble, though. You're stressed from trying to get your capture card to work? Oh, no. Did it fail you? I was in stream and then Bryn asked if you were going to stream. Yo, Brimbot is best bot. It wasn't working, was on a call with Elgato. Oh, no. Trees. The total count of events in the store synchronously with cancellation support via C or via paramref cancellation token. Returns value task count. That's how you spell asynchronously. Not whatever whack-ass way I was trying to spell it. Sheesh! Turns the count of events under an aggregate in the store. Hey, Exodestus, what's going on? Asynchronously, yeah, right? How we just vibing with it though? I probably had the shittiest code style out there though. Let's be real. Sometimes it's a mess, sometimes it's godlike. God damn it. God damn it. I need to learn how to read. There we go. Okay, cool. So that's fine. Clears up that space. Get rid of that. Keep the logging there. Get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of that there. Put that there. Okay. Cool. So that works. Alright. I'd say these are pretty well documented. And this is a very simple implementation here. But Axodustus, what's going on? How are you doing? So we could do region exposed properties. Sure. Don't really know what kind of benefit that'll provide us, but whatever. Sure. Let's go and do another region, because why the hell not? Alright, cool. So now we have the concurrent dictionary kind of as our just simple store. The logger. We're registering this as a singleton, so it should last the lifetime of the application. And then it's just a matter of trying to figure out, well, okay, but what exactly in the context of this does it mean? Now, of course, at the end of it all, we should just be able to inject this anywhere in whatever components that we're going to use it in or whatever services that we're going to use it in, right? Kind of just like the logger. And that should be good enough. And considering this isn't typed, right? This isn't typed at all. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's typed. It's typed to an event, right? But it's not typed to really anything else. Also, all these methods, okay, they don't all return them, but whatever. I guess the next thing to do would be to just try and figure out what kind of storage pattern we'd want to use. Actually, does this have an implementation for event store DB? Okay, so that's going to be the other problem that we have to deal with, right? So the event store side of things, I think we have nailed, but we're ignoring the elephant in the room here, and that is going to be, okay, that's great. You have storage done. But how do you interact with it, right? Like, how do you get it to work? What do you do? What is the point? You just have storage defined, but you don't have listeners, you don't have handlers, you don't have checks, you don't have audits, you have nothing there. And that's going to be something that we have to figure out because, you know, you'll notice that Mediator has it, Brighter has it, right? These are all critical pieces to the puzzle here for event sourcing. And we need to get in contact with those pieces and get them to actually work the way we want them to. And we'll go over that when we come back from the ad break in about 2 or 3 minutes. But this is where a lot more complexity is going to be introduced because, again, this isn't an easy pattern to replicate. This isn't an easy pattern to work towards. It's hard. So we need to essentially build this up. So there will be a lot of just inner complexity going on, and it again, it's not going to be easy. This is a difficult, surmountable task. But I think we can do it. In fact, I know we can. So I will see you in 90 seconds after this. And we're back, chat. So let's consider some of the following here when it comes to event sourcing, right? So we're firing off events, we're raising events, we're having events trigger all the time. Here's the problem, though. How do we pick those up? right? What do we do when we need to actually go and grab an event essentially out of the air? Like, we have the storage and we have the way to create the events, but we don't have a way to actually go and get them in such a fashion that we aren't waiting on them to be committed, right? We don't have a messaging queue. We don't have a publish subscribe event. Well, we don't have a way to subscribe to them as they're happening. And so that is going to be the next part of the system that we have to build here, is some sort of way to subscribe to the events that we trigger, and then we go and try and add them. We try and persist them. So that is going to be the next part, and that's going to be particularly difficult. Simply because we don't necessarily have a whole lot of experience in that sense. So what I'm thinking is we're going to have to go into the infrastructure and we're going to have to define a few things here, right? One of them is going to be, well, we're probably going to have to define an interface first, right? Now, we could do this all in the iEvent stream, but let's keep this separate. Let's keep it separate for cleanliness. So here, I think what we would do is we would do iEvent subscriber. Right? Have an AWS SQS set up to ping you on Discord, and then you manually text everyone that needs to be pinged, right? So here, what we want to do is very similar to Mediator, but also a little different. We probably want to set up something like T-trigger event, T-response. All right. We'll pass that in. We'll pass that out. All right. So we subscribe to the particular event and we give a response out. Then we probably want to have something like public interface async event subscriber, where we have some sort of trigger events and out a value task of T response. Subscribe, unsubscribe, T trigger event to subscribe to. Type parameter. T response, where T response is a value task. And a non-sealed class or type parameter. God. There we go. That'll work. T response on subscribe. qt trigger event. Well, we could just do that. That's fine. So we have unsubscribe, async. Right? And so by doing it, I'm not entirely sure if this is the way to go about doing it, but I don't necessarily think it's the worst idea, right? Because again, just code the concrete class and extract interface. Yeah, Qt Gina, it's not a bad idea. But I like using the interface more as a scratching board, because then I can worry about the actual implementation later. And then I can play around with documentation as well. Also, unsubscribe's a terrible name. Create subscription. Add subscription? Let's see. Add subscription, async. Just name it subscribe. Perfect verb. Okay. Oh, it just doesn't feel like it describes enough of the function, but we also haven't written the function, so who gives a shit, right? And then we'll create a new interface. Event publisher. Coggers. Public interface. Async event. What do you mean? Obviously, don't just name it subscribe, but it was fun. Get this fucking guy. Now you're gonna make me doubt. T subscribed event. T response. Good enough. Good enough for government work. Fine. Publish async, sure. Come back over here. Subscribe async. I subscribe to an event. Good enough. Do I work at big tech startup? I work at big tech, actually. But I also own my own startup. Am I stupid? I'm dumb. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on. Let's see here. TC check, right? Yeah, I gotta get that, gotta get those benefits, you know? You know, it's funny. As anonymous as I wanted to be originally when I started streaming, I never imagined that I would actually do something like link this to my LinkedIn. But here I am. To return. Default for now. That. Fine. Return value task from result. Do that. I'll grab this. Good enough. Response. Enough. What do you mean you can't find it? Oh, because it's async. Duh. Not there. Fine. Okay, so let's see here. What do we want to do? So there's an event out there, right? We want to subscribe to it. In other words, we want this to be able to retrieve it. So in order for it to retrieve it, we'll have to create some sort of reference. But also, I think the other thing that we'll have to do, private read-only I event stream. Event stream. We'll probably have to go and drag this in at some point, right? Hello? Let's name it correctly. Okay, so we got that. Subscribing to the event. So we get the event that comes in. Now, what does subscribing mean? That just means that we're watching it, right? We're awaiting a result. Doesn't mean we're not necessarily doing anything with it, but we have an event and we're keeping that. Right, because we don't get the result until we actually publish the event. And then when we publish the event, we send off some sort of notification. But this is all being done, quote, in process. And well, no, because the system itself is going to be its own pub sub message queue. So if that's going to be the case, then we have to publish it or subscribe to it and then publish it and then handle it after it's published. So maybe these methods would be better off not returning a damn thing. All right, because these should... Because this would be a transient service. Because this would be done on every request that comes through for an event. And trigger event would be of type iEvent. Okay. And that would make sense. So we would do something like that. Okay, so we have that. And then this would just be a marker interface for eventual subscribing. All right, and then we would come over here. Instead of passing this, we would just say where trigger event is of type iEvent. Inherit that. And we would do the same thing here. Right? So then okay, so that can no longer be contravariant, right? Oh no, it can be. Cool. That's pretty cool. I don't think it could be. So now we do that. Oops. Where trigger event is of type iEvent. Right, but that's assuming we're not returning anything. So iEvent is going to need to have some sort of response associated with it, right? No, it's not. Because then we can go and define separate interface. And do that. And we come back over here. And now we have the ability to return a response. Okay. So now we grab this. Okay. So now we can return a response here. And the type of response that we want to return. Well, it's not really going to matter, is it? Actually, could we get rid of this interface in general? Yeah. Yeah, we could. That'd be fine. Same thing here, though. Okay, so now we got that. I mean, I guess the only other thing to do would just be to do, like, the value task. I'm an idiot. Why do I keep wanting to do that? I keep wanting to make it so much easier than it is. And it's really not. Okay, so we'll ignore this. Although, hypothetically, right? Shouldn't I be able to grab the event from the shared project, right? Because that's what we have. Okay. Define this here. Do that. Get rid of that. And then we'll come into the shared project. And we'll get rid of these. Okay. Yeah, why is this defined in here? That doesn't make any damn sense. Shared infrastructure. Yeah, get rid of this. Okay. Good there. All right. Build. Oops, I meant to clean first. Then we do .NET build. Then we do .NET pack. Not packle. Or packlick. What in the hell? Just... Okay, so we're good there. That's fine. So now we come back here to the event store. We go to our NuGet, which is here. Go to install. There we go. Let's do a refresh. Update me, please. Thank you. Fantastic. Okay, so now that we do that, we move the events into this project because this is where it makes sense, I think. Aggregate type and aggregate data are uninitialized. That's fine. Who really gives a shit? This we'll take out of there, and we'll do iEvent here, and we'll have iEvent do iEntity. Hooray! Now we have a composable chain. Woohoo! Don't we love that? Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay, type or namespace cannot be found. That's fine. We just change this. Events.event. Global using the omenden event store.events.event or .events. Sure. This is a terrible name for this, but you know what? It works. That's fine. This should just be called, we'll call it base event. Cool. Just kidding. Yeah, no, base event's fine. Event base event, who cares? iEvent. It's a type of entity at the end of the day. That's fine. This can depend on the shared project, not the other way around, because that's what we want it to do. iEvent subscriber. Sure. Event stream base. Now, if I did I just... No, yeah. Okay, you want to hear something dumb? What if I did this? Base event, right? What if I said iEvent? Okay. Well, we probably violated the Liskov displacement principle, but whatever. I'm not a stickler for the rules. I violate them regularly. It's fine. Okay, so now that we have this is an I event of T response, right? So we should... Well, I would think our event stream would want to have... Gecko, thanks for the host, bud. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Event stream. Isn't that cool, chat? Not bad. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's thunderstorms going on outside right now, and that's awesome. I'm a big fan. Oh, I fucked up. I 100% fucked up here, chat. Or did I? Joke's on me, I did not. Okay. So, stop. Just woke up and you're gonna go back to sleep soon. Just wanted to drop a host and say hi. Well, I appreciate it, Gecko. Hi back. Hope you're doing well. Cannot convert. Why is it an assignable? I event of T response. Oh! Okay, now I see why it's not assignable. Lol. Okay, let's get rid of this parameter here, right? And let's move this up here. And we'll do this. And we'll do that. We'll do that. Oh, and that fucks everything else up. God damn it, dude. Chat, Gecko is very cute. Oh, actually. Public abstract class base event. Can't I just move this into here? And then we grab this. We do this. And we do this. And we do that. And we do that. Do that. 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 Do that. Okay. Grab that. Place that here. And then we'll do this. We'll do this. Okay. And we can still do public type aggregate type get set. And we can do aggregate type. And here we can do aggregate type equals type of t. Protected. Okay. I still like the explicit call here. I think it's very neat. Okay, so now we got that. We do I event of t. Okay. And that preserves that. We come up here. That's fine. Class type constraint. Okay. Okay. I guess we got some other stuff to think about here, right? Because we definitely... Let's see. We have some... shoot. We have to think about this. So what are we doing here, right, chat? We are subscribing to the event, and then with the intent to publish the event outward, right? But since we subscribe to the event here, again, that means we're retrieving it, so we're going to add it to the store. And then publishing is going to take the current event list and replay it. So I think the publishing is going to be a lot easier to work with, because that is just mostly retrieval / updating of what's currently out there. So that's how we are going to keep the information fresh. Whereas subscribing to it is going to be a bit more complex, because what we're going to do is we're going to have to pick it up out of the air and add it to the event store. And once we go and add it there, then we also have to take care of any errors that might come out of it. But we want to make it general enough so that way the end consumer of the library can actually go and pick it up, right? Because that's another point here. So it's a little 6 in one half a dozen in the other at this point, isn't it? We got a lot of stuff to think about, chat. But it is past 2:45 in the morning, and I'm feeling it. So I think what we're going to do is I'm probably going to pass you all off. Halo GT1, thanks for the follow. Welcome on into the Omen Den. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes, and I hope you don't mind me working with poorly implemented event sourcing like the absolute potato I am. All right, let's go to this screen. All right, so chat, we've accomplished quite a bit, actually. We were able to go and stamp out this project separately, and I'm going to go and create a commit message, and you'll be able to see this on the Omen Den. The Omen Den's actual website, too. I'll put it under the MIT license, of course. And we'll go and select... Actually, we can come back over here. We'll go to the Omen Den.event store. A simple event store implementation. We'll add a README to it. And then, yeah, we will create and push. All right, cool. So it's out there. You can go right now to the Omen Den's GitHub and actually go and check it out. Yep, there it is. Everything is here. So yeah, that'll be cool, and we'll actually be able to go and review and check things out on it, and work on this throughout the week as well. And then we will return to the Yoma project hopefully next week after we complete these two ideas. But I'm gonna keep doing some research and keep adding to this over time. And want to make sure you got to follow him before you went offline. You love lurking in dev streams, and this place is chill. Oh, thanks, Halo. I appreciate it. I appreciate the follow. Hope you are, hope you're doing well, and hopefully you have a wonderful week ahead of you. Now, I will be back pretty much every day this week, although we might have a gaming night. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I should be back a lot earlier, hopefully throughout the week, because my schedule is finally freed up. But anyway, yeah, let's come back over here. 3 things to address. Thing number 1, go and support Mermaids. Mermaids being a charity in United Kingdom dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender questioning youth. Highly recommend you go and check them out, either via the Tiltify link or the QR code that you see in the lower right-hand corner of my screen. It's a cause that's very near and dear to my heart, as being a member of the community in and of itself, but also just, you know, knowing plenty of people who are suffering who wouldn't be suffering as much or who would still be with us had they had the support of a charity like Mermaids when they were growing up. 2, of course, go and check out Glasswill's game. Glasswill is a cherished developer and cherished member of every community that he's in, including this one, especially this one. He's a very generous and kind individual. Highly recommend you go and check out his game, The Tale of Greenbrier, on Steam. Go and add it to your wish list. And then, of course, you can also add it to a watch category on Twitch. He's also working on another couple of games, so I highly recommend you check those out as news of them drops. And then number 3, if you like my content, feel free to give me a follow. But yeah, I will be back. And of course, as always, I have been Alu, and we're going to go and raid Deadly Naya. Naya is a good friend of ours. The vibe's a little different. She's playing Dead by Daylight, but we want to go and give her some love and support because she's going through a little bit of a time right now. For those of you who may not know what it is, it's a Dead by Daylight's an asymmetric horror. I have a lot of hours in it, but she has much more playability and better experience in it than I do. So we're going to go and check her out. Other things to consider, our raid message is the Comfy Caw raid with any sort of love, comfort, and pride behind it, because we want to spread love, comfort, and pride wherever we spread our wings. So yeah, from the Elmenden, I've been Alu, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. See you later today.